live streaming again. It's Thursday, April 11th, just right after 7 a.m. And we'll talk about this trade in a minute. So, a new trade I'm doing right at the New York regular hour market open. Took a trade. What I'm doing is I'm trading the opening range breakout, and I actually got entered in on a really bad fill by one tick to the long side here. And I'm taking these trades on the 1 minute chart. So this is the second day in a row that I took this. I took this trade yesterday, and it worked really easy in the direction that I entered. It was in and out in seconds. Really easy, great trade. Today was the extreme opposite experience. I was trading the breakout of this little range right here, and I guess I had my order one tick too close. If I had my order one tick higher, I wouldn't have been entered to the long side, and I would have been entered to the low side. And I would have been in and out of this in a flash. But because of the way I got entered in, really just if my order was one tick higher, this would have been such an easier trade. I wouldn't have been entered long, and I would have been short, and I would have got in and out of this thing in seconds. But anyway, so once I got entered and this thing was going against me, I was in for two contracts. It was a pretty steep drawdown, and so what I did was I started entering, adding contracts while I was in the initial trade. So I entered one additional contract here and scalped it out here. I entered another additional contract here, scalped it out here, and another additional contract here, scalped it out here. Enter another one here, scalped it out here, and then my last one I entered here and scalped out here. And then so my original exit was like all the way up here. I was able to move it down and exit the whole position, which was one last contract here, and able to make $262 after all of that. So really I'm just going for $212 is the trade I'm trying to do originally. So I got a little bit more for my trouble by going after, So basically what I was able to do is instead of my exit order being all the way up here, I was able to move it all the way down here. And I was just kind of, when it was pushing up like this, I actually had my order probably right towards the top of the bar. And then once I saw it get to about where my order, where I filled it, I just didn't want to take any chances of it, pushing down and filling the gap to the previous day close at that point. Although I was thinking maybe we would retest the high here, but you can see I could have got a little bit more. Right where my cursor is where I got taken out of the trade, or where I filled my trade. So I definitely could have got a little bit more for my trouble, but I was really happy to get out with $262 this time. I really thought that maybe I was going to get a loser. And the reason why I'm taking this trade is I talk about him all the time, Alpine Trader. He trades this opening range breakout. So I've just been kind of reading the tea leaves of what he's been doing, and figured I should just try to see if I can fold it into, my day as well. And for anyone that follows me here, that I have a really tough time waking up early. So now I'm even waking up an extra half hour early just so I could be ready for this trade. And super tired because I was on a little day vacation with my family yesterday. We got home really late. So this was this got my heart pumping, my blood moving this morning. Really, I was just trying to make sure that my entry was definitely far enough outside of this range here to not get entered like this, but I was one tick too close. So where yesterday was an example of just entering the trade and it works from in my favor right away. Today was an example of getting in a trade and then having to work out of it. And we can see now we're working towards closing the gap, it looks like. So it never would have got up to my original take profit target. So the only way I could have gotten out of this trade is by trading it the way I did, adding contracts. And I had to do it 5 times to build up enough equity that I can get out much, much lower for a good profit. So that was quite the experience with it this morning. I know Alpine Trader sometimes has to do stuff like this too to work out of his trade. And this is kind of an example of like, why you can not use stops and not get stopped out of trades and still get out of it by adding contracts as you go, like what he does. I mean, that guy's he's made almost $200,000 already from Apex, I think, just this year, and it's primarily mostly just profits from taking this trade across multiple accounts. So I wanted to see if I can do it. I had an idea of what he was doing, even though he doesn't stream his live. And because he doesn't stream his live, I'm not going to stream mine live either. I'm just going to follow his lead on that. So I don't know that I'm doing it exactly the way he does it, but I'm doing it based on what I understand of what he does, and then just using my price action instincts to work out of a bad trade and make it work when I can. So, all right, I think I've covered that. I was kind of starting to look for charts, but I wasn't seeing much of anything so far for my normal strategy. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take this chart off the screen and reconfigure it for my normal session. I didn't want to do that yet. Or I guess I could have done that already, but here we go. I'm going to move my chart and just reconfigure some things for my regular strategy here. All right. So, yeah, wow. I really actually was kind of shocked that I was able to work out of that. Okay. So now it's just going to be a matter of me looking for charts to trade with my regular strategy. And go from there. It's funny too, because I wanted to copy trade. I was thinking about copy trading to another Apex account today as well, in addition to just this evaluation. But my original idea was just to take this new free evaluation and only trade it. Actually, hold on, I'll be right back here. All right, yeah. So I wanted to. I was actually thinking about like taking another one of my accounts and copy trading it, like maybe even PA7 or or another evaluation. But then I decided not to do that for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, like I haven't proven to myself yet that totally proven to myself yet that I can trade this strategy. What happened was the night before last, Tuesday night, I did playback on 26 different days of opens, and just random days in a row from the end of last year. Just went to the open for each day and just took this trade, and just took this trade, and I won 26 times in a row. And I only had to add like I only had to add contracts like I did today, like a couple of times to work out the trade. Most of the time, it just worked in my direction that I got entered into. So because I won it 26 times, I was like, okay, I want to get a new account and just trade it on that account. And so I had this code for a free evaluation. So I decided, okay, I'm just going to get a free account and then just only trade this ORB, trade on it. And that's the only trade I'm going to take on that account. And so that was the original idea. So yesterday, even though I was going on my day trip, I woke up early and took the trade, and it worked beautifully. So today I was thinking about, I'm now 27-0, or no, yeah, I was 27-0 before today. Now I'm 28-0 out of all the ones I've tried. I was like, okay, well, I've won 27 in a row. Maybe I'll add another evaluation or another PA. But then when I was thinking about adding one of the PAs, I knew I couldn't do it with PA7 because it'll just blow up. So that would be dumb. Even though it might blow up anyways with my other trade. I just decided I don't want to do that. So then I was thinking, well, I could do it with PA6 that has 1,000 drawdown. But then I was thinking, well, 1,000 drawdown might not be enough, because if it goes against me and I have to work out of it, I'll definitely just blow it up that way. So I decided not to do that. And in this case, you can see how much I pulled back. I think I was down like 1,000 or so at one point, down here, or maybe down here. I think down here, because I hadn't added yet. So I probably would have blown up that PA if I tried to trade it on this trade, copied. And then I was thinking about doing another one of the evaluations, but I was like, well, I don't want to do it on the 25K because maybe the 1,500 isn't enough drawdown. And then I was like, do I really want to risk one of these evaluations that are still looking very good on only my second ever try on Apex accounts? So then that's when I decided, you know what, I'm just going to stick with the original plan, just only trade it on account 36 and go from there. So really fortunate that it worked out today. That could have definitely been a loss. So and it's great because I got a little bit extra. So I got an extra basically $50 for my trouble of having to really work there. So all right. Okay, so we closed the gap. We had early morning news that really propelled this thing up. Now it seems like we're just taking it back from the news. The daily, we had a solid bounce off the bottom of the range yesterday, closed higher. So the range is definitely still in effect with this support. If it gives up the support, we'll see what happens. But all right. So I need to find charts. I thought I had at least two to start with, but both of those went bad after the open. There was also 7 o'clock news that was 17 minutes ago. So time to figure out if I have any charts today. So I'm just going to turn off my mic and take a look here. All right, so I've got two charts so far. One of the charts has one loss in the overnight, and the other, or, well, right at the open actually, but otherwise got all winning trades or winning second entries. And the second chart has two losses in the overnight, but has all winning entries otherwise. So I'll look at those two for now. And then I'm still looking to see if I have anything else. First trade I take is going to be on PA6 and 7. 7 is likely to blow on the next trade, so whatever. Yeah, I'm going to just take it on 6. Figure I'll start with my worst standing PA count at this point, and then move on from there. So I really like this ORB trade though. I've been watching Alpine do it for months, and he doesn't show it on his stream, but he's like shown what he does enough times, talked about it enough times where I kind of figured out what he's doing. So I've always just put it off because one, I was like, well, I don't really know exactly what he's doing, so I didn't want to do something that wasn't quite right. But also I didn't want, I didn't want to have to wake up earlier to do the trade, because it's already hard enough for me to wake up by 6:30 for the 7 o'clock trading. So now I'm waking up at 6 to trade by 6:30. So it is harder. But after watching him just killing it for months, 3-4 months in a row, I just decided, you know what, like if it works that good, I got to get in on that, right? So I'm not one to usually want to switch my strategy up too much. Once I find something that's, kind of working, I feel like I can potentially even get it better and just still keep working at it. I don't usually want to change things too much, but it's the kind of thing where I could just fold in that trade and still trade my system during the stream and just trade that when I first get started. So I figured I'd just go for it, at least test it out and see if I can make it work. So I really like it. I mean, quite frankly, if I can get to work as good as Alpine does over time, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem just trading, the bulk of my accounts copy traded on it. If it works as good as it works for him, like I said, just come in the morning, take the one trade on like half my accounts and go back to bed, and then come back the next day and trade it on the other half of accounts and then go back to bed. because that would, if I'm making 212 or 262 on all the accounts, let's say I had 20 accounts, just in theory. One day I trade 10 accounts, and then the next day I trade the other 10, and just keep going back and forth, and trade for whatever it is. I mean, yesterday it took 1 minute for me to do the trade. Well, but from the time I got on to the time I was done with the trade, it took me, maybe 12 minutes, and I was done for the day. And then today it took me a lot longer, maybe 35 minutes in all, for that one trade. But to me, that sounds good. All right, so I'm definitely having a hard time finding charts here. Also, when I was done with the ORB yesterday, I really wanted to just keep trading, but I couldn't because I had to. It turned out we got to leaving pretty quickly, earlier than I was even expecting. So it was good that I finished what I did. But it looked like the charts yesterday were pretty good. Today is definitely more challenging to find charts. All right, so I've got 3 charts. I mean, they're okay. I don't love them. We'll just see how things go here. One chart has no losses, but it's a big tick size chart. So this one's going to take quite some time for each entry to form, I guess, in theory. Right, so it seems like it closed the gap of the previous day close, and maybe now it's going to go for that retest of the high. I wouldn't mind taking a short off the open price, maybe. So this was my free account. It's the second day. Oh man, what a morning. I mean, the pressure I would have felt on that first trade if I if I was trading 10 contracts altogether. I mean, 10 accounts altogether. I mean, it already felt stressful, and I was trading on a free evaluation, just one account. So that would have been, for as much as I feel like I got amped by that trade, it would have been a lot. I really like the idea of this new trade setup. I'm glad I decided to try it out. You know, when you see someone just killing it with one trade a day, it opens your eyes to what the possibilities are if you really just lean into that. I'm not throwing away what I've been doing by any means. I'm going to continue trading it, but you know, Alpine does this and takes this one trade every morning, and that's like really the bulk of how he's been making his money. And then when he tries to scalp, he's kind of hit or miss. Some days he's really good, some days he's not. So I know that this system that I trade, for when I'm trading after the account, any other accounts that need to be traded, or after the opening, the opening trade, any accounts that need to be traded after that point. I definitely like my strategy for trading the rest of the day, for the session I trade, and trust it, know that I'm a solid 80% with it, which is good enough to be able to do some things with the accounts. So the only other thing I'm toying with is just not using stops on my trades, just like I did with the opening range trade. And then that way I can add contracts and work my way out of it. So I'm really, especially after the experience this morning of how I was able to work out of that trade, just using my instincts for price action, as well as some of the playback that I've done as well, where I had to do that on that trade, in those 26 wins that I talked about on Tuesday night on the playback. I'm seeing that I can work out of trades that are bad trades and add one contract at a time and scalp those contracts and still make a losing trade turn into a winning trade. So I'm not quite ready to do that yet, like especially on my PA accounts, that any one single trade can just blow up the account. But man, if I can get a payout and get to break even, or two payouts and be a little bit in profit, it'll make it a lot easier to trade that way. It would take that pressure off, to not care if an account gets blown. So something I seriously got to consider, because I do know that my reads of price action are good enough that I generally have an idea of how much, a little scalp I can get here and there when my initial trade isn't necessarily working out or good. All right, I'm just going to step away for like 2 minutes here. Be right back. doesn't look like I missed out on much while I was away. So yeah, we were definitely on a path to just close the gap of the previous day close from the open. And I think now we'll get the retest of the high. Seems like it would make sense too. That would put you right there. There's also the possibility of, well, let's see. Possibility of one leg up and a second leg up. So that's kind of the outside the box possibility, which might not be outside the box, but this is the near term likelihood, I think. Man, I'm only just now starting to calm down from that first trade of the day. Which is funny because I thought for sure, since it's a free account, I didn't pay a dime for. I just thought like it wouldn't faze me no matter what. But yeah, there was just like so much action. I was so determined to keep the trade alive. I mean, it's a 2,500 drawdown. I had full drawdown when the trade started. So I was never really totally in danger of losing the account. The closest it got, I think I was down 1,000, maybe I was down 1,200, something like that. So at the worst point of being in the trade here, that was as bad as it was. And then I added a contract and won. So by the time it came back down here again, it wasn't even 1,200 anymore. It was like, or 1,000, whatever it was. It was like 200 less or, something like that. So, it felt like it felt like the trade was just going to lose and I wasn't going to be able to work out of it. I was expecting it to retest the low or retest the previous day close at this point. And then when it didn't do it there and came back up and then it got rejected again, I thought for sure this was going to go all the way down here. So when I thought that, I thought, okay, well, then maybe by there, I might lose the account if it does it at that point. But then I was able to add contracts and get out of it before it did this. But it definitely shows me, I mean, I could definitely be trading like scalping and just based off of instinct, I probably could do pretty well. I mean, there might be times where I'd blow up just getting it wrong. But I almost feel like I do kind of want at some point just like take an account and just that account, I only trade that way where I just trade off instinct and just enter based on what I think is happening in real time and not based on any kind of objective system. But I guess one day at some point I'll get around to something like that. Definitely during the prime hours for my system, I want to just trade my system. And it's hard to kind of go in between because then maybe I'm, entered in a trade and working out of it or something when there's like good setups happening. So, but not too many setups for me today. I mean, well, it's hard to say because I wasn't ready to trade right at 7. So by the time I was on the stream and had charts and was ready to trade, it was already getting later. So maybe the only one's this short right here, but let's see on these charts. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a short here. At the time I was thinking to myself, I wanted it off of this. And when I set up here with a bullish bar, I don't know, just wasn't ready to take that trade yet. But yeah, it's pretty cool. 2-0 with the ORB now. Let's see here. So 2-0. 1-0 for the day. 4-3 for the week. So not great stats for the week, but I'm back to just right at 80% overall for the year. And that ORB, is just a once a day trade. I suppose I could do a trade similar to that for like news events, especially on like evaluations, but I don't think I'm going to get into all of that. It is kind of nice to have kind of like a shiny new toy to kind of test and try out and build confidence with and see where it takes me. Another thing I do like about it is just not playing with a stop and giving myself the opportunity to work out of it. I mean, I feel like there's been so many trades I've taken where I take a loss with the stop only for it to end up working or turning around, and I could have won the trade, or I could have potentially added a contract here and there and worked out the trade. So I feel like my skills and my intuition for price action is good enough that maybe it would be better for me to give myself a chance. I mean, my stops are so big anyways. Like, why am I just letting myself get taken out? When I look at it, like my account, the whole account is the risk anyways. So maybe I need to start doing that. I mean, I certainly don't think I would be this far behind on my PA2 at this point if I was doing that, because I think I would have saved some of those trades. So maybe it's something I need to start trying. I don't know. The thing with that is, I just need to recognize that if I'm going to do that, then every and any trade I take can blow up an account. And it's hard to do that when you haven't even gotten profitable yet. It'd be much easier for me to trade that way, knowing it's not my money at all on the line. But when I'm still just on the the fight to get my money back, I don't know if it's the best idea yet. All right, so interesting that opening did reject price a little bit here, as expected. To a certain degree, I feel like I do need to trade a little bit looser and just kind of go for it a little bit more. Anytime I trade scared is when things go the wrong direction for me. Basically on this next trade though, on PA6 and PA7, I am going to move the stop out of the way because one loss basically will destroy either account. All right. Out of that trade. Got 11. Looks like we got 11 ticks. It's funny because it triggered on another chart that I was thinking I wanted to take it on this chart, but I thought the chart that I was on was going to set up sooner. But then this one actually triggered first and worked. So I was a little concerned that this one might have some trouble, but it worked out. So this is trade 2. PA 6 and 7. I know the other day I was saying I didn't want to trade both of these PAs at the same time, but I just decided, I mean, 7 is almost as good as dead. I'm making $51 back at a time on one contract until I could trade more contracts. So if I was in 2 contracts, that might have blown just in the drawdown, I think. So that was pretty close, I think. I wasn't watching it, but all right, so 6, that's day 24 traded. 7 is day 11 traded. And do the stats here real quick. So yeah, I like that trade. Not bad, not bad. And so now the question is, what's the next account to trade? I guess it would be PA2. All right, so I got my new strategy gave me a winning trade. Now my current go-to strategy got a winning trade. It's feeling not too bad today. It's been just a rough couple weeks. I really feel like, looking at how yesterday's charts ended up, I feel like I could have had a good day yesterday if I was able to trade regularly on stream, but sometimes that happens. Just can't trade on a day that would have been a good day to trade. So the week's getting a little bit better, 5 and 3. I mean, how I'm looking at it is, if I could trade the open every day, and if I could have the kind of win percentage that I had in back testing, which was 100%, that adds 5 trades a day or 5 trades a week. That is definitely, so far for me, and apparently for Alpine, a plus 90% type of trade. So if I can just bank five trades a week that I can just kind of bank on, and then get these trades on top of it, then it could be pretty good. It might be the thing I need to really lift my winning rate to that 85 to 90% that I was hoping I can. So we'll see. Also, it's the kind of trade that if you can really rely on it like that, then I can definitely copy trade more accounts on that trade as well. So all right, this is interesting because we're getting a hard sell-off, retesting the open price again. And every time it's gone to this open price today, it's gone rejected. So where I made that measured move to go higher, this is kind of saying it's not going to do that. I mean, it's one attempt here, a second attempt, a third attempt, a fourth attempt, a fifth attempt, now a sixth attempt. what does this market want to do? I mean, it's trying again. Yeah, it's like, you got to see it either break through this or it's going to break down, right? I'm just not really sure exactly what's going to go on here. Taking a shot here. Again on PA2. No. Having a hard time with PA2. This chart had no losses before this trade. It's goner. It's going to be a loss. Wow. What a struggle with PA2. Just managing to catch the losses on that. All right. That's why I've got another PA ready to go. It's so funny, though, how this is like what happened. I mean, I only took this trade because I'm just taking the trades on the chart. But it's such a funny thing how every time I get a PA so close to passing, I end up just blowing it up not too long after, somehow, one way or the other. Trade 3, PA2. The good thing is I don't feel crushed by it because it was just another PA at this point. So it's been a long battle, 43 days. Update the stats here. It's going to be down to 79% now. Again. PA2 is cursed. Time to move on to the next accounts. PA8. Yeah, I wanted to take a short here, but just missed it. This is an example though too. If I move my stop, maybe I survive this, maybe not. I moved pretty good distance. Probably wouldn't have had enough drawdown. But maybe I would have had enough drawdown. I don't know. But I wanted to take this trade, but I wasn't ready with the account to trade it with. Hopefully I could get a trade for PA8 and get that one on the board. Well, I took that loss on PA2, but because it's now nowhere near payout before that trade anyway, it's funny how it's not affecting me now. It's just another account of many accounts. I think that's just how I got to train my mind to look at these accounts as I move forward. There shouldn't even be any differentiation between a PA account and an evaluation account. Honestly, the way I'm looking at the accounts as, the account is my risk management strategy. I can never lose more than what I paid for the account. So, honestly, I think I put too much pressure on myself once again with PA2 when it was getting close to a payout. I got to just treat them all the same. I got to just take the trades, win or lose. And today, with this, right into the EMA, but that's not a reason to not take the trade with my system. So I'm glad I took the trade, even though it lost, and I actually don't feel any sort of way about it, which is good. Just moving on to the next. So this is a case where the second entry already worked here on this chart, but when the second entry triggered on this chart, it's now looking like it's going to lose. So it's a good example of when you're playing multiple charts, tick chart sizes, one can work on one chart and lose on another chart. I wasn't ready to take either one of them when they happen. And this one would have just lost, I think. Yeah. So now my charts are dropping off like flies here. I've got one chart left. So I also had this chart, this same thing, first entry, second entry short. This didn't quite get to the target, and now it just failed. So You know, maybe at times if I have measured moves and a belief that's going to retest a high, maybe I should just not take the counter trend trade. But so far in my testing, that's not a hard rule I can make. So I really just got one chart left. 20. Let me see. Yeah. All right, this is the chart that I had my winning trade on. Let me see here. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is, what time is it? 8:25. Let me see if I can find another chart here. All right. All right, so this chart hasn't had any losses yet on it today. Getting rejected again at the opening price. All right, so I've got two charts, I think, here. Struggle is real. Once was close to a payout. Now not close to a payout anywhere. But a lot of hope on the horizon. Really excited about the opening trade. If I can do the opening trade and get to a point where I'm confident, do it on multiple accounts, and then do this kind of trading on the rest of my accounts one by one, maybe it'll be enough. It is amazing that I managed to take like 3 losses in a row on this one account. But it just goes to show just the chance timing of when I take the trade, compared to other accounts. At this point, PA2 is the same as PA6 is. Not much different than the account I haven't even traded yet, my newest PA. So everything's kind of in starter mode at this point, but with less drawdown. It's funny, if there is just a way to combine being able to trade with my instincts, my knowledge of price action would say don't take this trade, but my strategy says to take it just based on the odds that it could still work for my profit target, even though it's a bad trade. But really hard to mix the two together because this is a black and white system. So I've got to just go with what the win rate and the odds are. Otherwise, I'm going to miss out on trades. But I like this trade. It's going with the kind of read of the market, whereas the other trade doesn't jive with what I was looking the market to still do at that point. So I don't know. I don't know how to reconcile those two different things because they're one's just based on kind of mathematical odds of the chart continues to work, and then the other is just based on subjective kind of market reading. I guess there's no way to kind of put those two things together. Market's just been going sideways for a long time now. But yeah, I took that short and lost, but if I had waited for this one, it would have been a winner here. Sometimes it seems like if I get a win on a chart, I should just stick to that chart and only take the next trades on that, but that's not how I've been playing my system. All right. So I'll give this a little bit longer. It's coming up on 840. Seems like it's finally going to go to retest the high maybe. Or if it gets rejected again, then this thing is just going to go down. I still think it's going up, but this has definitely been strong resistance all day. I'd definitely like to get a trade on PA8. It's my newest PA. And then I forgot to just put 35 on a trade. I was supposed to copy 35 on all these trades, but I forgot. So it would have won the first trade in it, would have lost on the second trade, and it would have been blown up already. But 35 is less than $200 from drawdown, so it's likely to just blow up mid-trade, regardless of a win or a loss. I almost just want to put a trade on it and just see if I can get lucky. Not even a setup. Maybe just trade the breakout. If we can break out of this little area. kind of like the opening trade. If it breaks out and gets high enough, well, there you go. That's the concept. All right, that was fun. I mean, it's not even my setup. That's funny. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I could just trade my intuition and go, okay, I'm expecting a retest of the high, right? So if it breaks out here, it's going to get it, and boom. So it's not a setup, but it's a trade that I took on a P account. Trade 4, EV35. So maybe I just need to play a little bit looser with some of these accounts and just kind of go for it a little bit more. I don't know. I'll definitely get more trades. I got 7 points. Plus 28 ticks. It's like, I wish I did that with my new PA, but that was a risky trade. So that's 17 days traded on that. And update the stats here. So today, 3 and 1. Six and 4 for the week. All right, so I mean, I honestly sometimes really feel like I know price action well enough at this point that I should just be trading my instincts and not being so rigid with my trading system, but it's just really hard to do that sometimes when, the funny thing is, like, when I was first starting to try to learn how to trade futures, that's kind of what I did, but I didn't know enough back then. I had a really bad experience trading that way. And, but now, I mean, time and time again, especially because I'm talking out loud and doing the stream, it just seems like so many times I'm kind of saying the right things about what I'm expecting the market to do, but I'm not taking trades because I'm not getting my like objective hard rule setups to enter trades. But I honestly do feel like if I just did it here and there and didn't like just try to trade all the time and just kind of picked my spots, I probably would be pretty good at just taking some trades like that, Where'd my marker go? There it goes. Yeah, because I mean, there's times where I see things like this happening and I just don't do anything and I just watch it happen, even though I called it out, even though I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. So yeah, I mean, I like that trade. It's essentially like a breakout trade. I figured put the stop above the area where price has been getting stopped all these times. So I put my stop above any point that it's reached throughout the day after the open, thinking it's going to get the retest of the open, and it was a perfect retest. Shot right up, gave me the win, and then pulled back. So especially on evaluations, I gotta consider trading more aggressively, maybe in that manner. Yeah. Left that line on there. Take that line off. So let's see, I've got 2 charts that I can trade. Maybe I'll start trading a little discretionary action too. If I pick and choose my spots, we'll see. Definitely not doing that on PA8, my newest account. This has to be a setup for me to take this trade on this account. But if I see something I like, maybe I'll switch over to an evaluation and try something out. I'm just gonna take 2 minutes here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back here. Oh, wow, this really moved. All right, so what was that I had drawn on that other chart? Something like this, right? So I think this is in play. Already very close to being there. All right, so now I wasn't here, but this chart picked up a loss. First entry, second entry short, failed here. My daughter woke up. Let me see what she's saying. I'm going to see what's going on with my daughter. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back now. Been away for a little bit there. Let's see. I really want to get a trade for PA8. So I still have charts. Can't trade this chart anymore. I've got one chart left. One chart left to trade according to my system. So today is interesting just for the fact that, let's see, 3 and 1, but only 2 of those trades were actually the system. And then one of the trades was the new ORB trade. And then the last trade was essentially kind of like how I trade the ORB, except it was just expecting the retest of the high after breaking out of this level. So took a chance on the valuation, but I feel like I want to kind of do some more of that as I move forward. Actually considering I should have gotten in a little quicker. I don't want to do it now. It's already reached my target. I came in late when this was already triggered, so I was thinking about entering it late, but missed the opportunity there. Let's definitely expect a retest of this high. And then just like on that other chart, what I'm really expecting is this. Let's see what it looks like on the daily now. Yeah. So the support of the bottom, holding, can you move up? They're right back at that midline now. So 18,370-ish maybe. Let's see where that is on the daily. Yeah, so it makes sense we could get there. At least that's the target, it seems like. All right, what do I want to do? Because it's going to be 9:30. I'm exhausted from yesterday. Up overall for the day. Although, let's see, where am I on 35 now as far as drawdown goes? It was really close before. Now I've got 500 in drawdown. So still not much. I actually traded that with 4 contracts, I think, on that last trade, which is aggressive for an account that doesn't have any drawdown. Account 2 still has 900-ish in drawdown. PA2. PA6 It's like 1100 in drawdown. Part of me wants to keep trading. Part of me wants to go back to sleep. Part of me, big part of me wants me to get a trade for PA8. Part of me wants to just trade the system. Part of me wants to start freelancing a little bit. The thing is, at this point, with over 200 trades for the year trading my system, I know it's an 80% strategy. I mean, with 200 trades, it's a pretty good number of trades to kind of say I should be able to count on 80% from that. So the stats for just that alone are less important now, so maybe I can mix it up and see how I do. What I'm really interested in seeing is how the orb starts working out, taking it daily. So far I've got 2 wins and no losses, 2 days in a row. I'll take that trade again tomorrow and see what happens. And then maybe I'll just start taking some more discretionary type trades as I move forward here on this channel. I mean, also just because I've got accounts that I just don't get to if I'm just trading the system. So I need to find ways to take trades, at least on the evaluations, in between my setups, because these evaluations are 33 for sure. I think 29 too. You know, they're going to come up for renewals at some point relatively soon. 34. What happened with 34? Oh, I renewed it and then decided no more 25Ks after that. So I'd like to pass this one before it renews too. And 80% discount still going on Apex for anyone that wants to pick up any size evaluation. You can use this code or any other. There's been a few people that have been using it lately, so I appreciate that. And it definitely helps me out. I mean, the little bit that I make from that is like kind of helping me with giving me a little bit of a rebate on my evaluation monthly fees. So that's pretty cool. So anyone that wants to contribute to my cause here, I appreciate it. It's definitely helpful. There's definitely been some recently that have made up for some of these recent renewals. So it'd be great if that keeps happening. I'll keep my costs down a little bit. So I appreciate it. All right, 9:30. What I really want to do is figure out how I can find a balance where I can avoid taking these trades that are against what my intuition is saying for the overall move. You know, because I was expecting a breakout to the upside, or at the very least, I'd say I was expecting a retest of the high. But when measuring this leg, as you saw on the other chart, I was expecting overall an attempt to do it. It didn't do it in the way I thought it was going to do it, but there were some reasons to probably stay out of this. I mean, the EMA was pretty strong moving up too, so it wasn't like it was. I mean, it kind of looked in real time. It kind of looked flat at the time, which is why I trusted a little bit more too. But I don't know. It's just really hard to trade the BS system and subjectively skip a trade. Kind of just have to take them or not take them. Otherwise, you miss out on wins too. And I did miss out on a win earlier in the day. So I think I just wasn't ready to take a trade on something, or something set up earlier. I forget. What was it? Oh, the short here. I think I just wasn't ready to take a trade yet or something. I forget exactly, but so there could have been one more win today, potentially. And it's funny too, because, I took that loss on this chart. Meanwhile, it's gone on to have, a couple more winners since the loss. But once a chart gets a loss, I tend to not trust it anymore. Sometimes it goes on, just keeps winning again after that, but what can you do? What I like about what I'm doing today is I'm just, other than my ORB trade, where I was very excited about that. Other than that, I really am just really even with my trading, like emotionally. And I think that's good. I mean, PA2 is no longer the most important account. And I think there's something about when I don't care if it wins or loses, I'm just better off, right? So I feel like I'm almost at the point where I can trust and believe that just trusting the system will get me the payouts, but it hasn't happened yet, right? It's gotten me to past evaluations. So I know I can make, especially because I passed a 50K evaluation with the system, I know I can make more than enough to get a payout, but it hasn't quite happened yet. And that was my best chance. And I just was so intent and emotional about wanting to get that payout and get my money, be break even, that it definitely just changes the decisions of which trades you take and which trades you don't. And I missed out on my edge a number of times on trades that would have been winners I didn't take. And then, just as luck or whatever will have it, when I do get in the trade, I've been getting losses lately, 3 losses in a row. But now the account is just another account, right? It doesn't mean so much anymore. So in a way, it's kind of a lesson I need to learn as I move forward doing this. Because ultimately, the way I want to be trading, none of these accounts should matter. One should not be more important than the next. They're all the same. And none of them matter until they get to a payout. But it's hard to do that when you don't want to rack up the expenses. All right, so reason to believe can still go higher, but it doesn't always reach that high. And on the daily, we are at the midline in the EMA again. So it's a level where there could be resistance to keep it from going higher. I'm definitely feeling positive, which is interesting. I'm feeling positive on a day where PA2 is negative. So I really feel like that's a good sign for me. I really want to, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the ORB trade works out on this account. I wish I could do it faster, but I feel like I need to give it its due to really feel solid and confident in the trade, because if this trade can work for me as well as it's worked for Alpine, then I absolutely would copy more accounts on it and just go a little bit bigger. In fact, I mean, there's not really a reason to not do it with at least the other 50K evals, maybe at least one of them, since they're not getting trades otherwise throughout the day. But I'll see how I feel. I mean, I definitely want to give it a chance to like make sure I'm doing it and being successful with it. But when you've done a trade on playback 26 times in a row on 26 days, that you have no idea what happens on those days, and you place the trades based on your understanding of what you see someone else doing, and it works 26 times in a row, and then you try it in the live market on your Apex evaluation and get 2 days in a row that it works again, even though I had to work out of it today to like make it work. So now I'm 28-0 trading that. I mean, 28 trades in a row is a lot of data to say, hey, this thing is working. What I'm doing is working. So it's hard not to want to like just get excited and jump on it and trade more accounts with it, because that's really how Alpine makes his money. He has that one trade in the morning. He copies a lot of accounts on that one trade, and that's what he relies on. That's been his bread and butter. And then any other intraday trading he does after that point, has been spotty at best lately, especially. So, and my trading is better than spotty for the rest of the day. I'm at 80% on average. So I really think those two trades, those two trading styles combined, if I'm copy trading multiple accounts ultimately with the ORB, let's say this is the free account, but I'm going to call it the ORB account, right? So 36 is going to be the ORB account. It's day 2 of that. Let's see what I can do with that ORB. I'm going to keep it clean. I'm not going to trade any other way on 36 for sure. And keep it clean and see if the ORB alone can do it for me, like it's doing it for Alpine. Go try this here. The chart that hasn't lost yet today. this point would expect a retest of this high, I think. Two legs down there. See if we get triggered here. All right. Nice. My first win on PA8. Feeling a lot calmer on that trade. I've been like really emotional and like really kind of tense when I've been trading lately. So the feeling I just had trading this trade was like probably really a good thing for me. So that's trade 5. Is that right? Trade 5 for the day? Yeah, 3 and 1. So overall, the feeling of just taking the trade as it comes and just accepting it's going to be a win or a loss either way, regardless of what account it is. Like, obviously I don't want to pick up a loss on PA8 for my first trade, but really wasn't stressing about it at all. And that's, there was a time where that's how I felt. And then I got really emotional with PA2 recently, in the last couple of weeks, because it was so close to a payout. I think I just, like, now that it doesn't feel like something's like so on the line, I can just trade the way I'm supposed to trade, right? So I think that's it. Maybe it's a good lesson that I just had to go through again to get where I need to get to. So 3.5 points. So 14 ticks. When it's not all on the line and feeling like, oh, I can't lose. I need this to happen. I got to make sure it's not a loss. That really messes up the trading. It really does. For me. I really think that's why I've lost so much on PA2. Just like, oh no, I don't want to get a loss. I don't want to get a loss. And then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But today's, turning into a nice day. And this is when my kind of trading is going to work at its best. Here I've improved 5 accounts and only 1 account got hit with a loss. And so I imagine one day when these are all PA accounts and I can do this sort of thing, and moving all PA accounts forward while only 1 PA takes a loss. That's the goal of how to trade this way for me. All right, so I still have got the one chart to trade off of. And I gotta update everything over here now. So this is day one. Good way to start. And do the stats here. So now 4-1. Back to that 80%. And 7-1 for the week. Or 7-4 for the week, I should say. Not great, 64% so far, and 170 wins overall. 170 divided by 214. Still 79%, barely. Okay, I gotta take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, we went beyond the measured move here. Okay, so look at that. I had a loss going against it on PA2, but it did get there and beyond. So there you go. Yeah, because of our day trip yesterday, we got back really late. So my daughter was really tired, and so she's headed off to school late right now, and took a little work to convince her to go and get ready. She wanted to just stay home and play with the dogs today. So what do we got going on here? This trade worked. And then looks like the chart's still good. Got a measured move now. At this point, I don't want to trade against, I don't want to counter trend trade anything. And it's also later than I usually trade. But I do have a trade on all of my PA accounts. Unfortunately, took the one loss on the one PA. If you think about it, PA2 and PA6 are essentially the same now, which is crazy considering that I was like $340 away from qualifying for a payout not too long ago. And now it's here. So, yeah, no accounts close to passing, but, I mean, this account's in fine shape, and this account is in better, well, no, it's not in better shape. It's 900 away from busting. So, hey, it's entirely possible this account will bust. But at least I've got these other accounts. Now I've got this new account. I got one day traded on it. First day traded today. So that's headed in the right direction to start. This account is almost as good as dead. So these two accounts and this account are in the hunt. The orb is working good on this account. Got a nice win on this. That gives me, we're now at $500 of cushion on the drawdown, so not very much there. That could very well blow up. And then these three accounts are in good shape. I'm not getting trades for them lately. So I really need to get some trades for those. So let's see. I'm just going to keep going here for a little while, I guess. So I'll trade account 34 next. It's probably the evaluation that and 35 are the evaluations I care the least about in terms of what happens to them, because if I do blow the 25K account, well, then I'm just going to have all 50Ks, and that's where I've decided I want to be. I think the 25K is, if I could have proven and shown to myself that I can get a payout faster with them, that'd be one thing. But I mean, look at this. I've traded 43 days on this PA account. I've traded 24 days on this PA account, and they're both basically somewhat in the same position, even though this one's above starting balance and this one's below starting balance. In relation to each other, they're both equally as far away, basically, from a payout. So this one, let's see, this one's 2,000 away from a payout now, and this one is 1,700. I guess 1,800 away from a payout. So look at that. They're the same. These are the same account essentially right now. This one has $1,000 drawdown, and or not even. Yeah. I can't do math. What, $1,100? Yeah, $1,100 drawdown. This one has $900 drawdown. So they're virtually the same account now. This account is hanging on by a thread, and then the new account. So look, it doesn't matter. I mean, I wasn't able to show between two different 25K accounts. I didn't make a payout happen any faster. I would get $500 less for the max payout. It's taking just as long, if not longer, if I can even get there at all. And so there's just no reason to not do 50Ks. I've already proven that with the way I'm trading, I can pass evaluations, and passing an evaluation means I can make $3,000 on the account, which is more than enough to qualify for a payout. So I've proven a number of things to myself that I can do it trading the way I'm trading. I've now added the additional trading setup that I haven't been trading before, the ORB at the open. And so far that's working. Worked in my back test, working forward testing on the eval. So, everything is showing me that I'm going to get there. It's just a matter of time. And there's just really no reason to kind of like do anything crazy. But I'm also reading the market really well overall. My losses have been trades where my system is just to take the trade. And I know losses will come doing that. But if I can mix that in with the ORB and mix that in with like that other trade I took, where was it? I don't know. I see it. Oh, this one. Mix that in with the trade like this, which is just me understanding a breakout to retest a high. Doing some subjective trading like that here and there. Just when I have a good read on the market, then I think I've got a number of things going on that can work out for me here. Scott EG, hey, how's it going, man? He says, howdy, I did a YouTube search and found you. Figured I'd drop in your chat and say what's up. Hey, Scott, I appreciate that. That's cool. I'm hoping more people will do that. It's been quiet today. I haven't had any other comments, as you can see, and I'm a relatively new streamer. Started streaming the end of January or the beginning of February, I believe. And I just started my channel in September of last year. So I appreciate you coming by and seeing this and saying hi. How's your trading going today? And I'd say, what kind of trading do you do? What's your strategy? I'm always curious. Scott says, very cool. Best of luck with it. Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to me. It's been going well. I had some setbacks recently. This account, actually, PA2 is like $350 away from passing not very long ago, within the last week. And then I've had 3 losses in a row set me back, but it's all good. Scott says it's going all right. I trade futures as well, NQ, scalping. And we've got someone else here, 100 lot. I scalp too. And what's your entry requirements for your scalping, guys? I'm curious, because I'm a scalper. That's all I do is scalping as well. Just been longing the London Open. Interesting. Been working really well last week. Do you have like, is there like a pattern that you're trading off of, or like a breakout? Oh, you enter range low. So you're entering off of like a support level at the London Open. Interesting. 6 points. Got it. I mean, that's a pretty nice scalp, 24 ticks. I generally, when I'm just trading my normal strategy, I'm going for between like on the low end 11 ticks, but I try to capture more with an auto stop strategy. So on the low end, I'll get like 10 or 11 ticks, and on the high end, I can get up to, well, I mean, it could get really high. I think my best was like 30 ticks on a scalp. It worked really well today. What time is the London Open? I'm not trading at that time of day. Is it? I'm Pacific Standard Time, by the way. So you like it? I think the London Open is what, like probably midnight Pacific Standard Time, 3 a.m. Are you East Coast? New York time, right? So yeah, I'm West Coast, so that's 12 a.m. Are you on tick charts or time charts? 12 a.m. Pacific, yeah. So right here. Let's see. So it's between these two candles. Last night is the open on this size chart. I mean, this is a really large tick chart that I'm on right now. If I go to a smaller chart, I'm curious what it looks like. So, I mean, it's still a large tick chart, but not as large. So it's somewhere around here. Use the 1 minute, bought 92, sold 98. So what, let me see. I trade the ORB for the scalp. I'll trade off the 9 or 21 EMA after a crossover in 50 seconds. Okay, got it. So let me see here. So I actually traded the New York Open today. Was my first trade of the day. And this is a new thing for me. I only traded it today for the first time, or for the second time on my Apex account. It's funny, I actually, on Tuesday night, just back tested on playback and did like 26 days in a row trading the New York Open and ORB. And I won 26 in a row. So I started trading. I got a new evaluation account, number 36. And so I've taken 2 trades on that so far, just with the ORB of the New York Open. And I'm up both wins on that so far. So this is the 1 minute chart actually that I'm trading that new setup for myself now. So let's see. So the 1 minute here at the New York Open, or the London Open, I mean, it's right here. So here's the London Open. And see, you bought at 92. Oh, I see. So you bought at the support here, which is interesting. So where you bought was the previous day's close, essentially, which is a level that I use in my trading as well. You love that 92 level. Yeah. So that's really interesting because I find these previous day closes, previous day highs, lows, all sorts of stuff like that. Current day highs, lows, current day opens as like really important levels. But yeah, you didn't realize that. So let me read your comments real quick because some people don't read the chat. So let's see, you said, I'm seeing how far back I need to go. So you just used the 1 minute, about 92, sold 98. Scott said, I trade the ORB for the scalp. I'll trade off the 9 or 21 EMA after a crossover. 100 lot says in 50 seconds, 2 points of heat at the open. He says, wow, 26 wins in a row. That's off my comment that I back tested the New York Open. I tried 26 in a row. I won all 26. Yeah. What's the play? Please tell. I'll talk about it generally in a second. And he said, love the 92 level support. Didn't realize that. So you didn't realize that you traded right off of the previous day close. I would highly suggest, I have an indicator that gives you the previous day close. I would suggest you either mark it yourself or get an indicator that shows it for you, because that tends to a lot of times be a really important level. And you can see on the 1 minute here how many times it really was an important level as it traded the next 2 hours before it broke through it to the downside. So yeah, I definitely recommend taking a look at that for your trading, because it looks like it will further support your ideas. So that's awesome. And then for me, so I don't know if you know a trader on YouTube. His name is Alpine Trader. If you don't know him, check him out, look him up. But he trades the New York Open ORB. And so I've been watching him for a long time. The guy he's trading on Apex. If you haven't watched him before, he has 20, at any given time, he has about 20 PAs on Apex. And then he trades a couple other prop firms as well. So he copy trades like around 20 accounts almost, total between his Apex accounts and like Bull and Ox and a couple other things, right? And he's been just making a killing. He's made like $200,000, I think, just this year already in his prop firms. And primarily, most of his profit is coming just from the opening range trade at the New York Open. So 100 lots says, wow, that's a lot of PAs. Scott says, I watch Alpine, also Volatility Trading's channel. He does the ORB trade too. I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that before. So I mean, I've been watching Alpine for a really long time. Like, he just reached like 15,000 subscribers. I think he's already almost at 16,000 subscribers. He only just reached 10,000 subscribers, like, I don't know, the beginning of this year, last year, the end of last year. And in 3 months, he made like 5,000 more subscribers. So he's blowing up huge. And it's happening at the same time that he's blowing up with his profits. Sorry, I just got a text here. So he's been blowing up. And so I've been watching him. Yeah, I've been watching him since he had like, I don't know, 4,000 subscribers or something, I think. And lately he's just been on this roll, like since before November. I mean, since like October, November of last year, he started locking down this New York Open trade. And he's lost, I think, twice in all that time since November till now. And in that time, he's made $200,000 in payouts in his prop firm trading. So I've been watching it for a long time, and I never really understood what he was doing. And he doesn't show it. He doesn't trade it live on his stream. He starts to stream after he takes the trade, and then he'll talk about it afterwards. And he kind of gives like hints to what he's doing. And so lately I've just been kind of like, I think I kind of understand what he's doing. And I wanted to add another setup to what I'm doing. So I just, Tuesday night, I went on playback and I put up 26 days in a row from, I think I started like the end of September of last year and traded 26 days into October, and every single one I won. And now I've done it 2 times on this account, yesterday and today, and I've won both of those. So I've won 28 in a row. So I'm thinking it's feeling like it can be a real thing for me. I'm really excited about it. It's brand new for me. And I don't even know that I'm actually doing it exactly the way he does it. But it worked. Well, today was interesting because it worked against me and I had to work out of it. Cause I actually got triggered by one tick on this bar right here. I got entered top ticked here for a long, and it went against me. And so I ended up, I had to buy a contract 5 times to work out of it. Let me see what the chat says. Methodical Man does the ORB too. I've seen Methodical Man a couple times. I actually haven't been looking at him recently, so maybe I need to check him out again too now that I started doing this trade. So yeah, actually, here, I can show this real quick while you're here. Let me just change the account so that it's on the account that I traded on so I can see the marks. Let's see here. Here we go. So here was my opening range trade. I got top ticked into the trade for a long. Really, like, immediately knew I didn't want to get into the trade there. It went against me. I added a contract here, scalped out here. You can see all my trades here. So yeah, I had to work out of this one. I bought a contract 5 times, worked my way out of it. My original profit target for the long was basically the high of the day, and I was able to exit the trade ultimately here instead of here. So I was able to exit the complete trade. By the time I bought and sold one extra contract and scalped each one of them, I was able to get out here for a $260 profit. And typically I'm just scalping it for $200. Basically $212 is my normal scalp on it so far that I'm doing. So yeah, today was a struggle. I really thought I was going to lose today because looking at the chart, I was expecting once it went against me that it was just going to fill the gap to the previous day close after the open. So I got fortunately lucky at it to get out of that. Barely, I mean, my entry was just barely a tick too close for the long side. If I was one tick further out, I wouldn't have got entered on that one, and I would have got entered for the short, and it would have been a quick win. Anyway, let me get back to the chat. 100 lot says, is the breakout, is it the breakout of the 29 candle? I don't know what the 29 candle means. How many ticks do you go for? I'm going for 22 ticks. Do you use a stop loss? I'm currently not using a stop loss. I'm just using the account as my stop loss. I'm willing to lose the account on that opening range trade. 100 lot is using a 5-point stop loss on the London. Those top ticks sucks. How many contracts? This one I did for 2 contracts. So because I'm doing it with 2 contracts, I've got plenty of room if it works against me to work out of it. This is something I've seen Alpine Trader do. So I'm kind of like taking the concept from what I've seen him do and then trying to apply it the best I can myself. Also, I should say this account 36, if you look in my community page on my YouTube, I posted a screenshot, but I was able to get this evaluation for free. I won a free code from another YouTube channel. So it inspired me to use the code and test this strategy out on the New York Open. And I figured, if I suck, if it doesn't work out, there's no risk on the line as far as this current evaluation trading on it. And, I won't lose any money if it doesn't work out. So I might as well mention that. Scott says, I was ticked in for the long today too. I had 3 contracts, so ended up blew the account. Yeah. I really thought on this big pull down right after I got top ticked. It's funny. I mean, I thought I was just slightly wide enough to not happen to me, but it did. And then I was prepared. I knew that if it did go against me on either side, that I have a setting to add 1 contract. And I knew that I would just try to scalp 1 contract at a time until I can work my way out of it. Luckily, it worked out. I think at the lowest point here, before I added my first contract, I was down about 1,200 or so on 2 contracts. So I think 2 contracts is a pretty sweet spot to be able to give you enough room that it can draw down against you if you have a full drawdown, and then still be able to have a chance to bring it back. 100 lot says, well, I'm glad you got out. And yeah, I see that short worked pretty good. Is the breakout up or down of previous candle at the NQ open? Yeah, at the NQ open, which is 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern. And that's, check out Alpine. I mean, really, he doesn't show it, and I'm not going to stream because Alpine doesn't stream it. I feel like for whatever reason, I feel like I shouldn't stream it either, since I'm kind of doing it because of him. So I guess I won't stream it, but I usually start my stream at about 10 Eastern every day. And so I'll always go back and show what happened. I did that when I started my stream today. You could go back and you see me talk about it. But yeah, it's just kind of like a fun, new, shiny tool in my tool belt that I want to try out and see if I can make it work. Scott says volatility trading shows all his opening trades. I'm going to check that out, volatility trading. I'm actually going to write that down and look for it. Let's see here. Because I haven't heard of that one before. Is it literally called volatility trading is the channel name? Because yeah, at this point, because I'm interested now, I've never been interested. It's funny. I've been starting my stream at 7 a.m. every day since I started streaming, and I struggle to even start by 7 to have everything up and running and start at 7 and be on stream. And so to do 7 a.m. Pacific, I have to wake up by like 6:30, and then I have everything up and running by around 7 Pacific. So to get up for the 6:30 open, I'm not a morning person. I suck in the morning. So it means I have to wake up at 6. So it's really difficult for me here on the west side. So to wake up by 6, and be ready for the trade by 6:30 is really difficult. So, I don't know. I'm definitely not ready to stream it yet because like today, if I was streaming live and this happened to me, I'm sure I would have really fucked it up and probably added at the wrong times and just made it worse and blown up just because I would have had that extra pressure. So it kind of felt nice. It felt nice today that, yesterday I didn't stream it. I showed it after the fact. I did a little review video. You'll see, if you look at my channel, you'll see a review video yesterday. For the first time I tried it on a Eval account. And then today, once I went live, I showed it, I showed the aftermath like this of what I did. Yesterday's worked really easy. Like I was in on the right side and it just worked, and I was in and out in seconds. Today was a real struggle. I mean, I was in this trade. I was in this trade for 22 minutes. 22 minutes. So, yeah, I definitely don't feel like I'm ready to stream it yet because it's so new to me that I just want to not have that extra pressure and just want to see how I do. And then I'll talk about it after the fact. Let's see. 100 Lot says, I'm moving to California to get a 20-hour job at Jack in the Box. Yeah, they raised the what's it called? The hourly fee. The lowest they can pay is $20 an hour to work fast food in California. It's pretty good. Scott says, I'm in Florida, so it's 9:30 for me. Yeah, I mean, ever since I started trading, I was like, man, I wish I lived on the East Coast. It would be so much easier to handle trading. Not being a morning person, you have it so much easier to be able to just, I mean, to me, that's like luxurious. You can roll out of bed at 9 and be trading at 9:30, and man, you got it good. 100 Lot says, always good to be on the right side. Oh, I missed one. He also says, your PAs look in good shape. My PAs are, and 100 Lot says, extra pressure ain't good. Yeah, I mean, definitely with the opening trade, I'm going to not stream it. I mean, I'm used to the my normal strategy, my normal scalping strategy that I trade the rest of the day. So I'm fine with streaming that. It doesn't really get to me or bother me to be streaming those. But for the opening range, it's just it's so new to me that I just need to get used to it before I even consider trading the open or streaming the open. So let me talk about the PAs since you're new to the channel real quick. The PAs are actually, not in good shape. I mean, well, let me go through this real quick. I'll give you the quick rundown since you're here. The quick rundown is this PA2 I actually acquired last July, and I never traded it. I had 5 PAs that I acquired in a pretty quick amount of time. When I started trading Apex, I started trading Apex basically the beginning of April. It was like the very last week it was the very last week of April. So basically the beginning of May. It's like the last day or two of April, I started on Apex. I acquired 5 PAs within the first couple months, and I traded accounts 1, 3, 4, and 5. Don't ask me why. I never traded PA2. And when I started this channel, here's the quick rundown. I was originally trading max pat system, and then kind of hit or miss for me. I was doing really well sometimes, and then I hit a brick wall and lose all my profits back. And that's kind of how it went for a long time. So then I had an idea for a trading strategy, trading futures on ES. I only traded ES back then. And so I had this idea. So I started the channel to track this other strategy that I was trading back in September last year, and still had all 5 PAs. And so if you go back and look at my old videos for the end of last year, by the end of last year, I managed to blow up account 1, 3, 4, and 5, trading that strategy. And I was kind of mixing in some pats, max pats system as well, and blew up the 4 accounts. So then my brother was trading kind of using second entries, but in a different way. Without any of Mac's rules, and he was trading it on NQ. So he showed me what he was doing, and so I started trying that out off of my YouTube channel the day after Christmas. And so the day after Christmas was the first time I traded this PA2, and I traded that week without putting it on YouTube, and I had like a great week. I was like 7-0 trading the system. And so starting on the first of the year, the first trading day of 2024, I started showing all my trades with this new system, trading NQ, which was the first time I'd ever been trading NQ before. And I've been doing pretty well with the system overall. So PA2 really started trading it right after Christmas. And you can see I've traded it for 43 days here. And this account a week ago was within $350 of qualifying for a payout. And then I've taken like 3 losses in a row. I even had a win. I copy trade using a sim leader, and I copy trade to my accounts for YouTube just for ease of use, to be able to trade in this window no matter what account, what contract size I want to trade. It's just easier to use the Replicanto window to choose which accounts are being traded and how many contracts. So even on a winning trade, the trade worked, but I think it filled properly. I think it filled on the entry on PA2, and then the trade worked on my leader account, on the sim account, and then I got entered into the wrong, opposite position on the exit, and so then I took like a small $70 loss, and that became the beginning of the slide. And so I was like $340 away or $360 away from a payout, and now I'm $2,000 away after 3 more losses. So 100 lots says, that sucks. Yeah. So I don't feel like the PAs are really in good shape. Actually, in reality, just because of this one account, I was right there. And full transparency on this channel, I've never had a payout before on Apex. So I actually, the end of last year, if you go back to some of my old videos, I was within 1 trade of a payout on some of my other earlier PA accounts, 1, 3, 4, and 5. I was within a single trade of scalping like 3 or 4 times on those accounts, and then ended up blowing those accounts up. And now I seem to be doing the same thing on this one as well. So I'm battling this mental hurdle, and it's all psychological for sure. That when I get close to my first payout, it just, because it means so much more, I start skipping trades. I start trading more subjectively, picking and choosing which trades I take. And my system, I'm not supposed to really do that. I'm supposed to, my edge is to take every entry that I see set up. And because I start trading it differently, I do this. And so that's what happens. This account is really close to blowing up. I've only got, I made $50 on it today. So I've only got what, 150, 350, like 375 in drawdown. So this one's likely to blow up soon. And then 6, I've got decent drawdown now, back up to 1100 drawdown. And then this PA is a brand new PA that I just got this week. I should mention too, my current system, I passed evaluations for this and this and this. So I've shown to myself that, you know, I can pass evaluations just trading within my system. But I haven't been able to prove that I can get a payout yet. Let's see. Yeah, so 100 lot says, oh, that sucks. I had PAs at payout levels with Apex and blew them going for more. Wait, I had PAs at payout levels with Apex and blew them going. Oh, I see. So you didn't take your payout and you kept trading and then you blew them up. That's, yeah, that hurts too, right? 100 lot says I had one requested and blew it waiting for approval. Oh man. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's a rough one. And says, I'm going to be super cautious from now on. Yeah. Wait, who is the one that said they watch Alpine? Was it 100 lot? Or no, it was Scott. So 100 lot, it doesn't sound like you didn't say that you're watching Alpine at all. Yeah, 2,000 down the drain. I would highly suggest, hold on one second. So I would highly suggest that you check out Alpine Trader. Here. You've heard of him? Yeah. Alpine Trader on YouTube. Check him out. More not about like how he trades or his entries or anything like that. It's not about that at all with him. That I find valuable. I think it's about how he treats his Apex accounts, how he uses the accounts themselves as his risk management, and his whole theory in terms of payouts or really prop firms at all is all he cares about is payouts, right? He doesn't care about keeping the account and getting past 3 months of traded, so that he can take out unlimited, payouts or whatever. If he gets his account to the payout threshold, he takes the max amount that you can get paid out. He takes the max withdrawal every time. And, he's gone through like 140 PA accounts already, but he's made over $200,000 at this point doing it. And he's kind of proven like, you don't need to build up the accounts. Like the only thing that matters is payouts, right? So if he gets to 10 days traded and qualifies for a payout, he won't trade it until he gets the payout. And then he doesn't care how much cushion is left. And he's been, a little bit better recently about like building it up a little bit more. So like he'll try to get his accounts to like, around 3,000 or 3,100 and get the payout. But really it's like if he's in the window and he can get a payout, he just takes the 2,000. And if he burns the account, he's got other evaluations that, especially with the 1 day pass, he'll just YOLO the evaluations. They mean nothing to him. And he'll get another PA account and replace the one he just lost. And he just cycles through them. And it's really smart. 100 lot says, don't watch him, heard of him. I'll check him out. Thanks. I need to do that. I like that idea. I wish I would have done that. Yeah. That's really, I'm like in the beginning stages, the beginning of my evolution of kind of taking the things. It's really his concepts about how to trade prop firms that is what I'm really taking from him largely. And so it also got me off of like copy trading multiple accounts at the same time, just trading the way I trade scalping. The idea is to get multiple accounts there. But also, I don't have a payout yet. So he was really fortunate that he got a payout really early on in his prop trading career. And so he was able to use the profits of one of his first payouts to start paying for more evaluations and going through the process of figuring out the best way to trade prop firms. And so from early on, he's been trading not his money, but with Apex's money, right? Or I think it was Tick was the first one he got paid out on, then Apex. So he's been able to like be ahead of the game from the start. Me, I was treating these accounts like live real accounts for like forever. I mean, all of last year trading, the first 9 months of trading, I was treating it like live accounts. And I think what he talks about when it comes to that is like, it's the exact opposite way, really to make take the most advantage of how you trade the prop firms. So he says, if you talk about evaluations, 80% discount on a 50K, you spent $33, right? So he's willing to lose $33 on any given trade and lose the account, right? He doesn't care. On the PA accounts, for me so far, on average, it's like $200 to acquire a PA account between the evaluation fees and I pay lifetime. He has a whole thing about lifetime versus monthly as well, but the lifetime is good for me because, as you can see with my system, the way I'm trading so far, it takes me a long time. I'm not passing evaluations in a day or even 7 days. It's taking me longer, and I'm not getting payouts at all yet. And even to get close, I mean, I was close to a payout when I got to like 30 days and above. So lifetime is the way for me anyway. But really, ever since I've stopped treating these accounts like real live cash accounts and just treating them like each one's kind of like a lottery ticket. You pay $30, right, for the evaluation, or you pay $200 for the PA. That's the most you can lose on any given account is what you paid for it. And so it's kind of like a lottery ticket for like, okay, pay $200 for the ticket, and you can, it's kind of like, he compares it to tokens. I kind of been saying, like, for me, it's like playing skee ball, and you get the tickets at the arcade that come out when you get high scores, and then you need enough tickets to bring them to the reward center to pick out your prize. So that's how I'm looking at the balances now. It's just get enough tickets to turn them in and get your $2,000 payout, right? That's your reward if you can reach the goal. And it's a game. Treat it like a game. So yeah, it just helps everything. It's like less pressure. It's less meaningful. And then if you take a loss, like I got a $550 loss today, right? But I didn't really lose $550. And even honestly, even the fact that I was $350 away from a payout, I don't feel like I've lost money. Like I haven't lost, $1,700 or $1,600, whatever it is from where it was. I don't feel like I lost any money. That money's not mine until I can get the payout. So, the payouts is all that matters. That's the thing. The payouts is what matters. Everything else doesn't matter until you get payouts. And, the thing that I'm really happy that I've done is I've kept my costs low. So I'm in for about $2,000 right now total for Apex. So, one payout gets me to break even. So I think that's the other thing that I've been doing well is just keeping my costs down. Cause if you go too hard, too fast, too many accounts, too quick, blowing them up, don't have a proven strategy, then, you could get into this thing for thousands and thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands of dollars before you get a payout. If you're anything like me where you're struggling to get the payout. Anyway, let's get back to what you say here. 100 lot. I wish I would have done that. Shut it down at payout levels with 10 days. Yeah. Just go for 2,600. Keep it simple as possible. I like it. Less pressure. It's just sim trading, really. I've blown over 20K. Yeah. So that's the key is like, they kind of, I think like they lure you in with this idea of like unlimited payouts and like build up the account, treat it like a live account. And like, it's really, that's why I really like Alpine. That's the thing I really, really, really like about him is he's changed the way I think about it. And, it's not about treating it like a live account, and it's not about building up the account and treating them like they're so precious. It's about get the payouts when you can get them, because the leverage you have trading with the prop firm, the truth of it is that, you can acquire a PA account for, the minimum you can acquire one for, if you're paying for the monthly fee, is like what, the $80 or $85, whatever it is, if you're on the Rhythmic, plus the evaluation. You can get, during a 90%, you can get a $15 evaluation. I mean, on the low end, you could be in for $100 on a PA. On the high end, maybe 200 to 300, depending on how fast you pass evaluations and whether you do lifetime fee or not. But the leverage, the edge we have trading with prop firms is that for $200, for the low risk of 200, 300, 100, whatever it is on the PA account, you can turn that, you can 10x your money. Basically, if on average you spend $200, you can 10x your money and get 2,000 back. And that's the beauty of it. That's the thing to take advantage of. And so definitely check out Alpine, because he talks about every day, just the way he looks at trading prop firms, the way he's made it work for him. And he's proven, I mean, inside of 4 months now, this year, he's made $200,000. So, and he wasn't making money like that before at all. Like, this is the most money he's ever made. And he just kind of clicked into something. Let me see. I've blown over 20,000, 100 lot says, over the last year, lost my savings. I've been pressing hard. It doesn't work. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really tough. I'm with you. I mean, it's like this past year's been rough for me too. I'm fortunate that I haven't, I've been just really playing small ball and really keeping costs down. I've talked about it. I had a $2,000 live account that I self-funded, that I was trading max PAT system on. I traded on that account for 2 years, just that same $2,000. At one point I was up like 1,200. At another point I was down 1,000, brought it back to break even, went back and forth, up 500, down 500 for a long time. And then the end of last year, when I blew up my PA accounts, I was copy trading my live cash account too. And so I ended up blowing up that account. I lost 1,900 of the $2,000 in that account. And then, like I said, since I switched over to Apex, I've been able to, fortunately, not go too crazy. So originally I was only playing 1 or 2 accounts at a time. And then, I started doing more accounts. I was doing pretty well at a certain point. I was passing evaluations and getting PAs. And then, like I said, eventually I blew up the PAs. But I've managed to again, I blew up the $2,000 cash account, and now I'm into Apex for about $2,000. Slightly over now, as I'm building up some more fees here as I move forward. So, and the affiliate, I have an affiliate code as well. So, fortunately, there's been a few people that have used the affiliate code I have here for the discounts. And so that's helped a little bit too, to just kind of keep costs a little bit down as well. But at this point, yeah, I'm in for $2,000, and it's fortunate for me that one payout makes me break even, right? And I feel like the strategy that I've been trading on NQ has been pretty good. You can see my stats here. I keep track of any trade taken on my Apex accounts is recorded over here in the yellow box. So for the year, I'm 170 wins and 44 losses. So I'm at 79%. I've been consistently like basically 80% with the strategy. And then the new thing is the ORB. You can see two trades is all I've ever taken on my Apex account so far with that. So I feel like I'm on the cusp right now with what I've learned from Alpine, how to trade these accounts, and then applying what I can from his system as far as risk management on the Apex accounts. And then my whole goal and plan is, once I get break even, hopefully get one more payout, hopefully be somewhat profitable. And then I feel like I can really open up my trading and start using the accounts the way he does. Like right now I'm still using stop losses on my scalps. The only trade I don't use a stop loss is on the ORB. And then ultimately I want to just use the accounts as my stop loss and be willing to lose an account on any given trade, because my win percentage is high enough to do it. I should win 4 out of 5 trades. And spread out over enough accounts, I should be getting payouts and passing accounts and things like that. So let me get back to the chat and see what you've said in the time I've said all that. 100 lot. He says, I'm afraid the trades are figuring this all out. I'm afraid the traders are figuring this all out and are getting too good, and they're going to change the rules and make it harder when I go on my run. Is that MacPat, the ES trader? Yeah, that's what I was trading before, was Mac's Pat system. But I'm not trading that way anymore. Losing sucks. You in good shape still? Yeah, I'm like right like where I need to be. Like, it's like the problem for me recently has just been like the pressure of like, being within one trade or being within, 2 trades of hitting that profit target. And I know that that's when I'm going to stop trading it. Obviously I've got more than enough days traded on the account. Let me see here. 43 days traded. You can see there. So it was just like, when I'm right there, I just slightly start thinking about it too much. I get in my head. I let the pressure get to me, and honestly, I've been skipping trades that would have been winners and missing opportunities. And then by the time I take a trade, I just taken the loss, and it's just one of those hurdles. It happened to me at the end of last year too. It was the same sort of thing, where I'm thinking too much. I'm not letting my system work for me, and then I pay the price. But fortunately, I've got this brand new account that today was the first day I traded on it. And then I've got these 2 that still definitely have a chance I can do it with. And then this one is a real long shot, but it's still alive, so you never know. And then I've got, a couple of valuations that are on their way, just taking up slowly. And then this one, I've only traded 1 day on it so far as well. So yeah, I appreciate you chatting with me, and I hope you'll like and subscribe and see where things go for me from here. I typically trade my live stream is from 10 Eastern to 12 to 12:30. I usually stop. And today I went a little bit later. I didn't trade yesterday except for only the ORB at the 6:30 open. And then I went on a little day trip with my family. So because of that, I decided to stay on a little longer today. And I'm probably done trading for the day here. Let's see. I also every day record like a review video that I post. So every day you'll see a live stream like this that I always leave up. Win or lose, you can always go back and look at how my days went and see the trades in real time. And then I also always record a review video of my day, just to kind of do a kind of usually hopefully quick summary. It's usually like 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes less, sometimes more, depending on how complicated the day was, how many trades, how many things I want to think about talking about. But so yeah, that's the deal. But yeah, man, I certainly know how it feels to struggle and to be. Now, when you say you've blown over 20K, is that 20K in fees, or is that like 20K where you had the accounts that you could have pulled out money and you blew them up, and so you're saying you blew up 20K because you could have taken it and you didn't? I'm curious. You say all my extra money is going into evals and PAs. Yeah, I mean that's basically where I'm at too. I mean, I really wanted to make this work to make it like a solid income, coming in, biweekly and monthly. And, so far it's obviously not happening. That's evals and PAs lost out of my pocket money. So all your Apex fees is the 20K. Yeah, that's rough. That's pretty deep, right? How are you feeling about your strategy? I mean, are you how's your scalping? So how's your win rate? Because usually the win rate's what's important when you're scalping more than, if you're kind of more swing trading, going for bigger size P&L or profit per trade, then you can have a lower win rate. Do you keep track at all? I'm curious. Because that's why I've been keeping track. I wanted this is a new strategy. I've only been trading NQ, like I said, since the week after Christmas. And so NQ is totally new for me. I've been trading it for, just these first months of the year now, basically. So I wanted to see, also with this new kind of system, I'm still trading second entries, but I'm not trading max rules at all. I threw them all out. I'm trading, what I do is I open up a chart. I look at different size tick charts. I'll usually try to find 3 or 4 tick charts, different sizes. And I just look for charts where every second entry is working since the session open. So the previous day's open. And if every second entry is working for my profit target, I go back and look at every second entry. And if they all work for my profit target, that's the chart that I want to trade on for the day. And my edge, what I'm supposed to do, my strategy is to just take every single second entry that occurs on the chart until it takes a loss. And when the chart gets a loss, then I throw the chart away, and then hopefully I have other charts to trade, or I find a new tick chart to trade. And that's what I'm doing. So signal bars don't matter. Drawing trend lines doesn't matter. Inside bars, whatever. Any rule you can think of from Mac, I don't use them. I've thrown out all those rules, and I just trade the odds of, okay, this chart is working for every second entry for my profit target. I'm just going to play those odds like a roulette table and say, okay, it keeps hitting red. I'm going to bet on red every time until red doesn't hit again. That's kind of my strategy right now in a nutshell. Okay, so 100 Lot says, yeah, it's out of his money pocket. The 20K, he's in deep. I went around London and the open high like 70%, but I don't leave and blow them around the close. What is second entry again? Oh, so second entry, here, I'll show you on this, for example. Since this trade is up right here. So second entry is just when you have a new high. When you have a new high. So this swing high is higher than this swing high. So you start the count from here. So this is like a 0. So the first time it ticks above a bar is the first time it ticks above is a first entry. And then you see here, this candle ticked below. And so the next time it ticks below the next candle, I'm probably not explaining this very well, but so this is the first time it ticked above a candle, then you had a pullback. And then so the second time it ticks above is the second entry. And that's essentially the very basic first part of what Mac's path system is about. But then he has all these rules about drawing trend lines and, you have to have a good signal bar. Like, for example, this is not considered a good signal bar. Like, it's a bearish bar and I'm entering above it. Like, Mac would never teach to take that trade. But in my system, I don't care if a signal bar is good or not. So I take the trade and it worked. Actually, it reminds me, let me move this back to the account where I took all my other trades so I can see the entries. Okay. So now you can see the entry. So when this was first entry, pullback, when it ticks above this bar, second entry, you can see my entry right here is the first tick over this bar. And then I'm just trying to capture anywhere between 10, 11 ticks to as many as I can get. I have an auto stop strategy that as price moves up, my auto stop just starts moving with it and tries to capture more. So in this case, I got 14 ticks on that trade. So what would you say? I win around London, open high like 70%, but don't leave and blow them around the close. But second, right, I could never figure out his style. Yeah, I mean, I really got in deep with Mac's system, the PAT system. I traded it for 3 years on ES. I would go on runs. I mean, there were times, I think my longest win streak was like 30 trades in a row I won. But then the problem was on ES, right? The risk reward is bad. The risk reward on what I'm doing here is bad too, by the way, but the risk reward on Max system is bad. And then it's just so subjective. You're drawing trend lines, like everyone's going to draw trend lines differently. And then where there's a break or not a break, where there's a new high or not a new high, just everything is very subjective, whether a bar is, a good signal bar or a bad signal bar, just there's so many things that, were really subjective about it. And so I would go on these streaks where I'd win. But the problem was I wasn't getting a lot of trades. There's so many rules to keep you out of trades. There's so many subjective things. So every time you look at a setup, you talk yourself out of a trade. If, when you first start, you don't do that. When you first start, you just take every trade thinking that everything's going to work based on his reviews. He shows like 20 trades a day that work, right? And then you start taking the trades and you start realizing, oh, wait, I'm losing. I'm not winning more than I'm losing. Or even if I am winning slightly more than I'm losing, I'm still in the red because every loss I take is 4 wins, right? So you need 4 wins to make up 1 loss. And then you get to the end of the day, if you're taking like every entry you see and you're red, no matter how many wins you have. So then you start realizing, okay, I need to take less setups and just take the good ones, right? The quote unquote good ones. And so it becomes really subjective which ones are the good ones. And then you get into that game. And so then I got to a point where I was taking like 2 or 3 trades a week. The whole week would go by and I'd have like 2 or 3 trades. And so a good week would be like, oh, I'm 3-0 this week. Great, right? That's so good. But then the next week I get a loss and that whole previous week is wiped out, right? So now you're starting over again. And then maybe you win 2 in a row or 3 in a row or 4 in a row. And then you get another loss. And so really with that system, if you're not 90%, you're not making money. And then the other problem with it that I had, and I see a lot of people that trade that system, is, you start struggling like that. You give your profits back and then you go on tilt, and then there's nothing to keep you out of tilt trades. There's no guardrails at all. And so you can talk yourself into almost any trade again. And so you'll talk yourself into any second entry, any triple test, any high or low, any low or high, whatever it is, and any failure, all these things. There's so many different kinds of setups. And before you know it, you blow up accounts. So I had to stop trading that system. It didn't work for me. But there's a lot I learned from it that I still use in terms of reading price action. And it still comes into play. And I still use, I learned measured moves from him, and I still use that for targets. Which gave me confidence to take this last trade I took, for instance. Wow, this market really shot up. Let me look at it on the daily real quick. I'm curious. Okay, so we moved past the mid range of the day, or of the range on the daily. So it looks like we are going to try to get to the top of the range again, which is interesting. So I still look at stuff like that, but I just don't trade by it. Let me see. 100 Lot says, yeah, it's too much, his style. I'm glad you simplified it for yourself. Yeah, that never going to work for me. Trading doesn't have to be that complicated. That's what I learned from him that I liked, the measured move. Yeah, I think the measured move is solid. That's a good thing to use. Second one for confidence. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with everything you said, man. It's interesting. I mean, trading can be as complicated or not as complicated as you want, really, when you think about it. It's like some people trade, order flow or bookmap or, ICT, SMC, all these concepts, and get really complicated. But it doesn't have to be that complicated. There's actually really simple ways to trade. And so I've been all about trying to find the simplest ways. I don't want it to be complicated. I don't want to look at a lot of stuff. I used to trade options, and that's what I didn't like about options is looking at so many different tickers. The thing that lured me into Max Pat system was just trading on one chart. Trades the 2000 ES tick chart, and that's all he traded. I liked the idea of looking at one chart, but then I realized with this new system, what if you don't have to trade the 2000 tick chart, for instance, like ES or whatever you're trading? I'm trading NQ now, but what if you don't have to trade just one tick chart? What if you trade multiple tick charts? And I know some people they'll trade on the 1 minute chart, but they look at the 5-minute chart, they look at the 15-minute chart, they look at the hour chart, they look at the 4-hour chart, and they look at the daily chart, right? But they only trade off the 1-minute chart. And the concept that I'm trading with my usual style is, what if you find 4 good tick charts, 4 different sized charts, and you trade off all of them? You see a setup on a 2000, you take it. You see a setup on a 2400, you take it, and have like 3 or 4 that you're looking at, and you just have more opportunities that way to get trades. So that's the other thing that I'm doing that I like. Still trading tick charts. The only time I'm not trading a tick chart right now is just on that ORB at the open, which is brand new, like I said. So, whew, that's a lot. It is getting late. I didn't even realize what time it is. It's going to be 11:20 here soon. I'm usually off the stream like 2 hours ago. But man, what a move up. Really, for my system, there was only 2 more trades that I potentially could have taken. They were both counter trend trades to the short side. Both would have worked, but I wasn't trading at the time. And I've just been enjoying conversation. And then since then, there's been a losing entry on this chart up here. So I wouldn't be trading this chart anyway at this point. Typically, I don't like to trade my strategy anymore. After what I found for my strategy, my scalping strategy that I'm doing now on NQ, is by 9 to 9:30 Pacific, which is 12:30 Eastern. Typically, if a chart hasn't started taking losses yet, typically that's the time where it's likely going to start to happen. So I try to be done by like 9:30, and I know the longer I trade, the more likely that I'm going to run into a loser if I haven't run into one yet already. So definitely by this time of day, I don't want to trade anymore. Let me see. 100 Lot says, trading doesn't have to be that complicated. That's what I learned from him that I liked, the measured move. Second one for confidence. I like that open ORB. I looked it up last week. Yeah, I'm really interested to continue trying the open ORB. See if I can fold it into my game plan. I mean, it would be awesome if I can be as good as Alpine is on it. And I'll check out that other one that was mentioned. I put it in my phone to take a look later. But if I could be as good at the ORB as Alpine, then that gives me 5 trades a week that I can count on. If I can get really confident in it, then I'll copy trade multiple accounts on it as well at some point. And so that would be 5 trades a week right there that I can count on. And then, there's been weeks this year, these first months I've been trading the system, there's been weeks where I've gone as many as 20 trades. So on the high end is about 20 trades I can get in a week with my usual system. On the low end, between 5 and 10 typically. I'm already at 11 trades for the week, and I didn't even really trade yesterday except for the ORB. So, probably on the average, I'd say I get 15 trades a week, 12 to 15 trades a week on average. And then on the low end, I get 5 to 10. And then if I can add the ORB every day, that gives me an extra 5 trades. So, that's like really solid. Like what I was about to say about Mac system before was I was only getting like 3 trades a week, right? So, 3 trades a week, that's, 12 trades a month kind of on average, right? So, and then there were weeks where I get 1 trade a week or no trades, or, sometimes it would be 6 or 7 trading days before I got a trade. So I went from getting like 3 trades a week on average to now I'm getting, anywhere from, 5 on the low end to 20 on the high end. And then with these extra 5 trades a day, or extra 5 trades a week for the ORB, the volume of trades is right where I'm going to want it. Like that's going to be amazing for me. And then if they're consistently winning like they are for Alpine, I mean, he's lost 2 times in the last 4 or 5 months. I mean, it's crazy. Let me see where you left off. 100 lots. Oh, so you looked up the ORB last week. It's a keeper. I might just do that. And London, you win about 79% on your second entry. That's plenty of trades. That's so crazy. Yeah. So my winning percentage is pretty good. I've been, 79%. This is the lowest I've been. I've been at 80% and above until today, basically, or yesterday, yesterday, something like that. So I've been a solid 80%. I've got a theory that there's a way for me to limit some of the losers I've gotten, but it would lower my volume of overall trades. So there's like a balance that I'm trying to figure out. That's the thing I've been struggling with the most lately is like when to subjectively skip a trade because I think it might be a losing trade based on my knowledge of price action versus like just leaning into my edge and taking every entry because I'm 80%. And when I take them all, so it's like I can be 4 out of 5, 8 out of 10 consistently, just taking every entry, or I can try to get it up a little bit higher. It's like 85-ish%, I think, if I try to limit and not take every entry and maybe skip some. The problem is what happened to me on the PA. On PA2 is that's what inevitably happens to me is if I try to start picking and choosing subjectively, I skip the good trades that work, and then I end up taking the trades that lose. And that was the problem that I had with Max System too. And so I don't want to get back into that. So I think what I'm actually going to do is if the orb works really good and I can see that I can execute it successfully, consistently, then that's 5 trades a week that I can count on to likely work. And that might be the difference of me being at 80% and 85% or even 90%, overall. So we'll see how that goes as I move forward in time here. I'm really excited about it, but I don't want to get too excited. Today's trade easily could have lost. I mean, where was it? Yeah, this trade that I showed earlier, easily could have lost. Like I was top ticked long and just like this thing, according to price action, like really could have gone and closed the gap to the previous day close before it ended up, coming back to the opening price. So, but again, what I was talking about before, it's like previous day close, important level, like it closed the gap and then never looked back since. And then the opening price, put the opening price on your chart too, because you can see how many times it played resistance until it finally broke out and kept going. So anyway, so yeah, I'm feeling good about things overall. I think I'm going to end it here. I still got to record my review video and then get some lunch and get some things done today. So 100 lot, appreciate you coming by. Come by anytime. I really love having people to chat with. So I hope you'll come back, as well as Scott, who was here earlier. Hope Scott will come back, and feel free to chat, ask questions. I'll say it here real quick before I go. I'm definitely not. I don't feel like I'm someone who should be teaching trading. I'm not trying to teach anyone how to trade. I'm not trying to say that what I'm doing is the way to do anything. I'm just simply like trying to figure out what can work for me and trying to become profitable. And I'm just trying to show my journey. And, I show all my accounts, all my balances, my stats, win or lose. I'm just trying to see if I can go from being a not profitable trader to a profitable trader and just showing my journey on YouTube here. So, I'm definitely not, I don't feel of myself that I'm qualified to teach anyone how to trade or what to do or what to think or anything. I'm just sharing my experiences and what's working and what's not working for me and trying to modify what I'm doing as I continue forward. And then I'm just hoping that I'll capture success along the way. I'll either capture success or I'll capture failure, right? And either way, I think it'll be interesting, or I hope it'll be interesting for anyone that's watching. So Scott says, see you, man. Take care. Look forward to watching the journey. Cool. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate you being here And yeah, definitely subscribe so you can see when I'm streaming. But typically I'm on every day by 10 Eastern for sure. Um, and yeah, I appreciate you guys checking it out, and I really appreciate you, chatting with me, because it just makes the day more interesting, more fun. I think it makes the stream better, because I talk when I have things to talk about, or when something comes to mind, or if I have a trade, I'll talk about it. But sometimes I just don't have anything in mind. I'm tired in the morning and don't really have anything to say. So the stream could be a little bit boring at times. So when I have people like you guys coming in and talking, just makes it more interesting, I think, overall anyway, as well. And I like to see what other people are up to, and hear what other people's experiences are. So it's always nice to know, if someone's having a good day, what they're doing, what kind of things they're trying, but I don't want it to be like a channel where people are like, hey, do this, do that. Like I don't want any of that nonsense. I just want to, just kind of traders that are just trying to get better, trying to improve. And, I think all the best traders in the world probably still have to do that every single day, because trading is hard and it never is going to get easy. And there's no 100% strategy. Every strategy is going to take losers. And I think it's just all about risk management and how you, when you get a loss, what do you do after you get a loss? Like today I got a loss, right? What was it? It was my third trade of the day. I got a loss. And, I didn't let that affect me today. I got a loss. I moved on. I followed my risk management strategy, which is my risk management strategy is if I get a loss on an account, actually my risk management strategy is if I get a win or a loss on my account, I move on to another account. And so I can't blow up any account in any single day currently, because I'm still using stop losses on my scalping. The only account that I'll be able to blow up in a single day is an account where I'm trading the opening range. So right now 36 is the only one I'm trading that setup. So that's the only account that I should be able to blow up in one single day with one single loss. Every other account that I have, if I take a loss, I'll always be able to come back the next day and have another chance. Now, if I take a couple losses in a row, like I've done on PA2, I might blow up that account eventually and you'll see it. But, today I got a loss, and what did I do? I just kept trading and picked up 2 more wins. So got a couple more wins on these accounts. And that's kind of the thing that I really like about what I'm doing as well. I should just say before I go is because I'm managing my accounts in that way. I take a trade, I move on to the next account, win or lose, it doesn't matter. Because I'm 80%, I should win 4 out of 5 times. If I take 10 trades, I should win 8 out of 10 times. So if I have 10 accounts, that means if I take 10 trades, I should have at least on average 8 of my accounts improving while 2 accounts don't improve, right? So, and then the losses are going to get randomly distributed between the accounts. So in theory, the accounts should be able to absorb losses and still eventually be able to move on to passing and getting payouts. And especially if I can have like a really high win rate on the orb, then that will be even more true. So I'm never letting one loss affect me, because I know that I can move on and continue to get wins and improve other accounts even so. So that's kind of how I'm looking at things now. And that's, again, thanks to Alpine that kind of sparked that in my mind that I can do that. 100 Lot asks me, how much is your loss usually? It depends on how many contracts. So, so far, typically I've been trading 2 contracts on my PAs. And, so my typical loss on 2 contracts is anywhere between 400 to, I'd say, 600 or 700. And my typical win, my scalp is to make $100 or more. So the risk reward is not in my favor per trade, right? My risk reward is just in favor for my win rate and the way I'm trading my accounts. And what was I going to say? But today on PA8 here, where is it? PA8, I traded 3 contracts today. on that one. So I made $193 on 14 ticks. So I'm trading between 2 and 3 contracts mostly. Look on PA7 today. I have so little drawdown. I only traded 1 contract on it, so I only made $50 because I want to give it its best chance to survive. So I'm just going to trade 1 contract so I could build a little bit more cushion and not get taken out of the trade mid-trade on the drawdown. And then I'll up it to 2 contracts eventually if it can bring it back, and so move forward like that. On the 25K evaluation, I decided I'm just trading 4 contracts because I'll pass or fail on this 25K. I decided I'm willing to blow the account on a single trade because I'm only going to trade 50Ks from now on, I decided. And then on these 50K evaluations, I was trading 3 contracts. I think I'm going to start trading 4 contracts. And this, I was trading 3 contracts. I upped it to 4 contracts. I took a loss recently as well, so that's why it was down. But I got a nice win on it today. So yeah, my losses are, sometimes if it's a 2 contract trade, it could be as low as 450 to maybe 600 to 700, maybe 750 at the high end. If I'm trading 3 contracts, it could be closer to like $1,000, even $1,200. If I'm trading 4 contracts, it could probably be up to 1,600. And honestly, when I'm trading 4 contracts, like at that point, a 4 contract trade is basically me saying, I might as well move the stop and just trade the account pass or fail, which is what I'm leaning towards. I want to trade the evaluations pass or fail, is what I'm leaning towards, but I don't want to do that quite yet until I get some payouts. For orb, you need that much wiggle room? ? Looking forward to tomorrow's open. Yeah. So for the orb, I noticed that Alpine has traded it mostly with 2 contracts, and I've seen him show enough examples where he's been able to work out of being entered in on the wrong side enough times, and then still end up with a win. And so I think with 2 contracts, because I'm willing to risk the whole account, the only reason it's worth risking the whole account on that trade is to give yourself the room to be able to work out of it. And so today was like the perfect example of that for me because I entered that trade. Unfortunately, got top ticked into the long. And if I had been in for 3 contracts, I would have been really close to blowing up the account by the time it got to this low here. And then if I added contracts wrong, the second you add a contract, you're in for 4 contracts. So if you're in the orb, for 3 contracts, even just to start with, it goes against you. And then you add 1 contract. Now you're in for 4 contracts. And if it goes against you again on that add, you're going to be dead. You're going to be dead like right here, right? So you're going to have so little room after that point. So I think 2 contracts to me is what's making sense to me based on Alpine, and what I've seen of his trades, and then just my 26, my small data set of 26 playback trades and 2 trades on the Apex accounts in the last 2 days. I think I'm going to stick with 2 contracts for now. And then that way, if I add a contract, I'm in for 3 contracts. And my hope and goal, anytime it goes against me, is to never be in for more than 3 contracts at one time, because you still need to be able to absorb being wrong and have one more chance, right? For price to be able to move back in your favor. So that's what I'm looking at for now, is 2 contracts on the orb. I don't know if I should say orb or spell it out, ORB, whatever. That's what I'm thinking. 100 Lot says, why don't you just reverse position once it breaks out the other end? That's the other thing you could do today. But it happened so fast. I if I go back to that, or was it like, let's see here. my thought, and again, this is brand new for me, so I've got very, very limited experience with this, and it's not my specialty by any means. And I'm definitely not telling anyone to trade this way or try it, because I think you can definitely blow a lot of accounts really easily. But having said all that, my thought process is, if you try to reverse it, like this happened so fast, I got ticked in and within seconds it went the other way. So if I tried to reverse it, by the time I would have tried to get in short, I probably would be entering short somewhere down here. And then, so by the time I'm entering, maybe what if I wasn't entering here? What if I was entering here and now it barely goes, doesn't give me my profit target, and then goes up. Well, I mean, today it came back down again, and maybe it would give another chance, or, buy here. But what if it was a day where, instead of doing this sort of thing, what if it was a day where it shot back up here and then just started doing this and never came back down? Then you lose on both sides. So I'm not like, when you come and check out my stream, and check out how I'm trading in the future here, you'll see I'm like really methodical and really like very structured in my trading. And I'm like, the concept of my current strategy is to have like as much of an objective black and white strategy as you can have. Now the orb is like a little bit less of that. I mean, it's black and white in terms of the entry somewhat, but even like today, my entry was, if I was one tick higher, I wouldn't have got entered in on the long, and I would have got entered in on the short, and it would have won right away. Right. So that's one thing. So it's not black and white, because there's no hard rule like where exactly you place your entries on the top and bottom. And then two, once you get in a trade on the orb that goes against you, if you're going to try to work your way out of it by adding an extra contract along the way and try to scalp out on those, then at that point, it's just, you're playing jazz, right? Like there's no written song that you're just playing in a structured way and just playing that way. You're just reacting to price action and trying to choose where you're adding in good spots. And you could be wrong at any time and lose the trade. So what you'll see with my trading moving forward is my scalping are like really black and white entries. Is it a second entry? Yes. Is the chart working for every second entry? Yes. Okay. I'm likely to take every single trade. I won't take a trade if the trade's going right into like these important levels, if it's going into the open price, if it's going into the closing price. But if it's using those levels as support or resistance and going away from it, I'll take the trade to bounce off of those levels, and I'll skip the trades that go into those levels. So you'll see it's just like really structured trading. The only trade that I did today, and this is a new thing for me actually, I don't typically do this, but I feel like my read of price action has been really good lately. I actually traded here. This isn't my usual strategy, but I had a strong belief that we were going to retest the high at the very least. And we had this level that kept being resistance over and over and over. Resisted. And so at this point, I had the measured move that I believed from here. I had a good target for higher, and I believe that we were also going to retest the high. And those are both things, honestly, that I learned from my studying max price action trading system. So it's still coming into play for how I can look at the market and how I do look at the market, but I'm just not using his rules for entries. But here I figured, okay, if we break out of this, I kind of treated it like the opening, I treated it like an ORB. So I treat it like, okay, if we break out of that resistance level that's been there all day since the open of the market, I placed my buy order a little bit outside of it, and when it hit it, it shot up and hit my profit target, and I was in and out of the trade before I can even think about it. I haven't been doing that a lot. That's kind of just a subjective discretionary trade, and frankly, these 214 trades, none of them have been discretionary subjective trades. None of them. So I think that's the first one I've ever taken this year that was a discretionary trade. But to me, again, I treated it like an orb. And so if I'm going to say the orb is a discretionary trade, then maybe that's part of what I'm doing now is I'm willing to listen to my instinct and trust my understanding of price action and take trades like this too. So I'm evolving. I'm changing what I'm doing a little bit. I'm modifying things. I'm just trying to find the right balance of what works for me. Let me see. I haven't looked at the chat here in a little bit here. So yeah, so you had asked me why I didn't reverse the position. I answered that. It just looked like a tough orb today. I think I can program a bot for this. I'm going to work on it tonight. Did you have orders in before open? I placed my orders like seconds before 6:30 a.m., 9:30 Eastern. I just like dropped them in. I had them ready on my screen. I had one at the bottom of my screen. I had one at the top. And then as the seconds were ticking down to right when it was going to open, that's when I dropped it in and decided, where I would put them. Right. That's cool. I need more black and white. Discretion gets me in trouble. Mechanical and automated is my cup of tea. Yeah. That's really been kind of a game changer for me. Mac system is 100% subjective. You could try to make it mechanical, and there's an aspect of it that's mechanical. Like the entry is mechanical, right? You have a second entry. You have to have a lot of conditions in place according to Mac's rules to take the trade. But the mechanical part is one tick above the signal bar, you enter the trade, right? And mechanical, you put your stop loss under the signal bar by one tick, and that's all you do. And you go for your scalp and you win or lose. So that part of it's mechanical. But what's not mechanical about that system is just all the subjectivity of all the rules and conditions for whether it's a good trade or not. And so now what I'm doing, it's super mechanical, right? It's like, okay, I start my day. I go back here, find every second entry. Every time there's a second entry, I look, does it look like it worked for my profit target? I could tell from here. Yeah, this one worked. What about short? First entry short, second entry short. Yeah, I can tell that one worked for my profit target. So I can do this time and time again. First entry, second entry on the news. Yeah, it definitely worked for my profit target. And so I just go through and I find charts where, okay, every single time there's a second entry on this chart, they had all worked. Including, all to this time, almost 9 o'clock in the morning, every single second entry had worked on this chart. So that's the chart I'm trading. And so really my edge and my system for how I'm scalping is like, if it's a second entry, I'm supposed to take it regardless, whether it's counter trend, whether it's a good signal bar, whether it's inside bar, whether it looks like a terrible trade, I'm supposed to just take it because the edge says that it's an 80% trade. I'm going to win 8 out of 10 times. And if I'm spreading out the losses, one loss out of 10 accounts or whatever it is, 1 or 2 losses out of all those accounts, that means 8 accounts should get wins. And so that should, in theory, make me a profitable trader one day. So that's my system. It's black and white. And then I've got very limited rules. Just, I won't go long into the opening price if there's no room right into it. I'll stay away from it, or vice versa, things like that. But otherwise, and that's why I got my loss today. My loss today, and this is the thing that I've been kind of going back and forth with in the last few days, just more because I was struggling with the PA account because of the payout. But this is a trade that visually, I wouldn't want to take this trade based on my understanding of price action. To me, like all indications are up. Like even the EMA is looking like it's moving up. It got a little flat in here, but it's above the EMA. EMA's overall been looking up. We already closed the gap. There's a measured move to say that we're going higher. There's just all kinds of indications. But what I did today and what I'm proud of is that I took the trade because my system is to take the trade. I'm not supposed to subjectively skip trades. And I took the trade. I didn't care it was on that PA. I took the trade. It lost, but that's what I'm supposed to do. As you can see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts that are positive and 1 account that's negative. So, that's the way it's supposed to work. Unfortunately, I don't know where the losses are going to fall, which accounts they're going to fall on, but I can't my biggest thing that I got to work on now is I can't treat one account differently than the other accounts. All the accounts have to be treated the same way. I was even doing this thing for a little while, which is funny, and maybe I need to get back to this. Maybe I need to get back to this. Let me see here. Let me close some things here so I can show this. At one point, I was spinning a wheel and choosing which account I was going to trade next. And then I stopped doing that because I wasn't getting enough trades on the PA accounts. And I was like, well, I need to be trading the PA accounts is more important and working towards a payout than whether or not I get trades randomly. So that was actually something I was doing. What I just did. Just clicked on something I didn't mean to click on. So that was something I was actually doing at one point, was randomly choosing which accounts I trade on, just to make it so that I didn't treat accounts differently. And I would just use my edge, take the trade when it came, and not think about like the repercussions of like, oh, this one's the PA or this one's like the good PA versus the bad PA. Like, oh, I don't want to take this trade because of this or that reason. And maybe I need to get back to that to a certain degree. But anyway, the good thing was I was willing to take that loss. And I think that is, that's the way I'm supposed to trade the system. Take the loss. It's going to end up on a random account. One day, the point of all this is these will all be PA accounts, right? And so if I can get 10 trades a day and I got 8 wins and 2 losses, if I do that every single day, then I'm going to get payouts for sure. So, hey, Saggy. How are you, Saggy? Welcome. I keep trying to wrap it up, but we've had like a really, it's been awesome today because I've had a few people coming into the chat and talking to me today. Saggy's for 100 lot. Saggy here has been one of the people that's been joining the chat quite often, and is one of the few people that has been chatting with me. So hopefully I've picked up a couple more people today between 100 lot and Scott, and Saggy will be around sometimes, and hopefully a couple other people, and hopefully this channel keeps building. But yeah, Saggy, kind of a weird day because as you can see, I took the loss on that PA. That was the account formerly known as close to payout, and now it's no longer known as close to payout. No account's close to payout anymore. Yeah, O2, but overall great day. Yeah, so today I do feel good about the day. It's a bummer that I don't have any PA account close to a payout anymore. But again, this is an example of the strategy and the risk management of the accounts and how it's supposed to work in my favor overall, and how one loss shouldn't and won't matter overall if I just stick to my strategy and my system and don't let these losses affect me. Anyway, I keep trying to end the day and get out of here, so I think I'm really going to do that now. I still have to record my review video. I've got to eat lunch. I'm going to have to pick up my daughter before I know it from school. So I'm going to end it here. Thanks, guys, for participating. Saggy, great to see you. Hope you had a good trading day as well. 100 lot, hope you had a good trading day. Let's continue the conversation in the days to come. I hope you'll come back and check it out. Scott, if you're still here, hope you'll come back and participate, check it out, and let's see how I do moving forward. And hopefully I'll get a sense of hopefully seeing you guys moving forward and being successful as well. All right, wrapping it up again, just a reminder, 80% discount for Apex on any size evaluation account. You can use this code or any other. Just make sure you use a code. I don't care whether you use mine or not. Just get a code, get the best discount possible. The 1-day pass and the discount are running through April 30th. So we've got the whole month still of what's remaining to use the discount. And like and subscribe if you haven't already. And Yeah, I just appreciate everyone who's coming and joining and interacting with me. It's awesome. Really, it's exactly, today was like an example of exactly what I'm hoping for the channel to become. So it's really cool. So 1-0 on the orb today. The new trade that I'm trading now as of yesterday. So 2-0 in total on that setup. 4-1 today overall, 80%, which is right at what my statistics, I can't say the word right now, right where my stats say I should be at overall consistently. 7-4 for the week, so 64%. A little bit under where I want to be, but hopefully I'll have a great day tomorrow and I'll get that percentage back to the 79, 80% rate that I'm at overall for all of my 2024 trading. So 170 wins, 44 losses, 214 trades. So volume of trades is overall good, even though the last couple of weeks have been a little bit of a struggle to get trades, and I'm back to 11 trades this week. So coming off of 4-0 week last week, it was a good week, 4-0, but very low volume. This week, not a great week, 7-4, but higher volume. So still working on finding the balance. And, I'm going to continue to trade within my system, but I'm also going to continue to modify things and just find the balance where I need to find the balance. I love what my strategy has been as far as volume and as far as being a black and white system. And I want to lean into that, but I also want to lean into the very limited rules I have to stay out of bad trades, as well as, really continue to explore the orb and see how that does for me. And then as well, I did take the one discretionary trade today. And so I want to toying with very limited, when I feel like I have a really solid read on the market, taking those kinds of trades. and just here and there, I feel like there's room for me to trust my instincts. I've been right about the market. My reads have been really good lately, overall, and picking or understanding what the market's trying to do. And so I want to allow myself to use my experience and knowledge so far. I've been trading futures for over 3 years at this point. So there's definitely observations that I have, and I want to be able to give myself the opportunity to explore whether I can take advantage of those times. Because there's been a lot of times, like on this trade that I took, which one was it? Not that one. Where was it? Got all these charts here. This one. There's been a lot of times where I've said and had a feeling like, okay, I understand where the market's going. I think it's going to do this. And I just sit on my hands and watch it go ahead and do exactly what I say, and I don't take advantage of it. So this was an instance where, I took advantage of having a read on the market, and it wasn't a traditional setup that's a part of my system. I took the trade and it worked out. So I want to give myself opportunities to do that as well as I move forward. Limited, very limited. Saggy says, same, not a great week. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Saggy. It's definitely been tough for trading lately. So hopefully you'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be back tomorrow. And let's see if we could finish out the week strong together. All right. Appreciate it, everyone. And I'm out of here. Good trades if you're continuing to trade for the last hour of the market here. All right. I'm out of here. Thanks.